Buongiorno. Today we are leading by playing a Prelem with Breach. I have made a small change, added a 4th Ledger Shader over the Orvar in the sideboard. I think that's the only thing I changed. That is because Ledger Shader has been quite base for me. Time to face creativity. Assuredly, although I will just simply spell pierce them. This indeed for the grainy matchups, yeah. For example, against Prowess. I was thinking what, given that we play against Prowess twice, I think. Yesterday. I think another Shredder is a good card to have versus Prowess. Oh yeah, when you take out the combo, yeah. In general, Shredder seems to play well against the hate that people gonna have.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I born a Japanese goblin, but then a Japanese goblin sold me to an Ingan.
Dziękuję. I did sleep well, yeah. What that question is coming from. Why you always die rolls? Well, you always die roll. Then sometimes you win it and sometimes you don't. They reveal Giganta, so possible that they play... Well, could be anything. The Prowess deck plays Giganta. Planet Strand does not seem to imply that. FDGBot says the last seen playing Thopter combo, which does play 4 Flooded Strands, so... Well, Shadow is not gonna play Flooded Strand. I think I recognize their name as a player of this deck. So let's attack and see if my Ragavan gets there. You can play Urza with Giganta, true. Yeah, good point. So it's not exactly that. Holy Heat, so just blue-red. Or Mirror. I don't think I'm quite interested in using Saga. Okay, seems like Mirror. Twoje zdrowie. Dziękuję. Let's go Scared Foundry. Shredder asks for a bolt specifically. What if I discard iteration? Probably not a reasonable thing. They probably want to Saga on the next round. If they play an Emery, then I guess I'll iterate looking for removal. Okay, yeah, let's discard bolt. I wait patiently in the cancel stream for my sub-acknowledgement to be acknowledged without complaint because I am a loyal viewer. Thank you very much for the subscription, Adam. I was about to take note of the fact that you subscribed. I did not miss it. I did not miss it. I did not. Oh, hi, Chokchi Adam. Yeah, I don't really want to use my Saga. We can get Mox Amber on the next turn if my things don't get killed. Found Station, which is good. Now just looking for a breach to... Did anyone play against Izzet Prowess lately? Does it seem real? It seems quite real. At least a little bit real. Wow, Ether Spellbomb. That looks kinda weak here. Do you think I would have a bad time playing Vintage if I've never played it or Legacy before? Well, you would certainly have a time. I started playing Vintage because... Well, I never played it, and I've seen... I was occasionally watching... a series. Vintage... Super League. On Twitch. And then, like, known players were playing Vintage against each other, and I always thought it looks neat how absurd the decks are. Not sure if Breach or light up version is better. It's Breach. This seems rather weak. Your dick snub. Yeah, you'd have a time. Not necessarily bad time. They did have a land drop this turn. They had a Saga that was sacrificed. But yeah, the Sagas for both of us were kinda weak this game, so just one more argument for free copies. I went found the Mox Amber, the absolute not yes draw. Alright, I'm going to remove the doctor emotes. Or at least end. Disabling it in my chat. It's too much, bros. Ass, throw not in the ocean. What a loud song. Where they record these at such a loudness. Should have played Bobble? No, I guess I'd connive at the same time. It's fine. We connive and then I get to do a thing. Where I get to take a look and reshuffle. If I don't see a removal spell. Just want the breach, I guess. To I attack the Fairy Time Raveler. I probably get bounced by Ether Spellbomb. I could die to breach. Depending on what is exactly their hand, but hopefully I won't. Breach, okay. Well, let's draw it. So if we die, we die. If we don't die, we win. That appears to be the case. There also could be some Dash Ragavan, take your Grape Shot moves. Technically, I guess. Yeah, people die when they are killed. Red, red. Okay, Ragavan Dash. Ah, damn. I probably should have, I don't know. Should have not cracked the bubble. So I can avoid having Grapeshot exiled. Okay, attack the fairy, that's fine. They attack the fairy. Armory, Lurker, okay. Any Lurkers in the chat? Okay, opponent accepts my win. So now in the mirror, what to do? Plenty of options. Don't have super great ways to stop the combo. So I think we're gonna keep it. Torment script is probably valuable. Spell is kinda sketchy. Endings, question mark. Ending looks very... Like, what do you have a good exchange on with the ending? You don't really. Nothing that your removals don't solve already, so... It seems like ending offers nothing. I mean, I guess maybe we don't want Spell Pierce, but wear there as... way to stop the combo, too. And bigger blood versus Saga, and in general, Spell Pierce seems a bit sus. Can board out a Mox Amber. I think Shredder seems pretty valuable decently. Okay, one on the draw. It's not that hyper. I'll keep all my bolts. I think I'll cut the spell bomb. Probably cut 2 Ragavan on the draw because it doesn't seem excellent, and I'll have 2 spell pierces maybe. Unclear. There is some juicy targets for Spell Pierce in the Fairy. Is the Fairy even good? Maybe the Fairy is a cat. Although, I don't know. It served as an answer to Shredders. Which might or might not be that important. Seems like a pretty complicated matchup. We die to Ragavan, and our hand doesn't do anything in general. I think we move this. Okay, we die to Ragavan, and my hand does a little bit. You keep. How is facing Tron piles? I have not faced any Tron piles. Imagine if Goblin Welders were involved. That card is a little bit stupid. It's gonna be a turn 1 enemy. Okay. Solid. Mishra's Bubble. And an extra mana. It seems like we're facing off against a severe case of being on a draw. No, I said that incorrectly. Seems like we've got a severe case of being on a draw. That's what I wanted to say. I was thinking this deck could actually be a Blood Moon Cyber deck. Just take 3 Saga and Teferi against deck weak against Moon. You technically could, yeah. I was thinking about that too. That's a bit of a... I mean, it's something you can do. It's something you can do. I'll play my Puny Shredder. Alright, we never stood a chance. Shredder didn't look too good this game, TBH. Neither would have had many opportunities to spell pierce anything. So that did not really seem like an improvement. I don't know about dashing. Maybe Dispute is better than Pierce. No, well, Dispute seems terrible to me. I don't want to play Dispute. So if Dispute is better than Pierce, then I don't want to play Pierce. That's like the thought process. I can get a tournament script if they ported it in. My out is to combo. Official Magic the Gathering song Path to Victory. What? Просто Magic the Gathering song. I feel like I've heard it before. It's kind of a weird promotion, but a cool one. Kanye, I wanna play Modern, but it's expensive. Should I say my Lamborghini Gallardo to buy Ren 6? Ren 6 probably brings more joy. Than a Lamborghini. It's no Remy. Yeah, no Chapin either. And you can hear them saying, aye, aye, aye. Alright, I'll be dying here. I don't think there's a 4-shredder matchup possible then. So in the end, we're gonna add the Tormod script and 2 Werthers for Aether Spellbomb and 2 Considers. Smiting isn't good in this matchup. Why would it be? What do you want to excel with it? A free cost Emery? A dashing Ragavan? An end of turn construct? A Teferi that has already bounced your thing? An Underworld Breach, which you already died to? Just think for a second. It removes cards, but like, what card does it remove efficiently, effectively, in a way that puts me ahead? Nothing comes to mind. Zero. Bros. It is important when sideboarding in a game of Magic the Gathering to board in cards that improve your deck instead of boarding cards that can target cards that your opponent is expected to have in their deck. You want to have a deck that wins the game, not a deck that can answer everything always. It's very easy pitfall that I feel like many players are falling into, and which is why you hear the words, hey, I know how to... Hey, I have some questions in regards to sideboarding in a matchup X. I know what to bring in, I just don't want what to take out. It's kind of emblematic of that. Lost weight but gained hatred as I see crying emojis. I only responded forcefully because that was the second time Prismatic Ending was proposed this much, and I can't see a reason why. I think this is a mulligan. To lose weight, I don't know. It is possible that there was a point at time where I have weighted more than I do now, but not by a pretty noticeable margin. I think we mull this. Okay, this seems better. Let's put back the ferry as it's a 3 mana card. You were through even for the first time TBH. What? Sideboarding is about sabotaging your deck, in my opinion. Many seem to think that. Nice hand, I agree. It is a nice hand on the play. Excel their own bobble. Sad. What do you suggest to needle turn 1 against breach? Hold your needle. Why do you feel so compelled to play it? What deck are you playing? If you don't have a like super great reason to play turn 1, like I don't know, like if you're playing a chalice on turn 2, right? Could be a reason of something or something, but you should be able to just hold it. Is March a bad idea in the sideboard over endings? March, it's a different card. I mean, no shit, yeah, but it is a different card. March is only good at one thing ever. It's to answer Urza's Saga. It is not a playable modern card at any other capacity. While Prismatic Ending is, you know, you'd play, I think if March is more comparable to Werther than it is to Prismatic Ending, which it's just more removal turn 1, right? So Prismatic Ending is good against 1-drops or Sanctifier on deck. Even in something like Hammer Time, question mark. Yes. Also decent answer to Renin 6. Prismatic Ending, yeah. Here I can discard on Holy Heat or Agavan. They led on an island. Maybe I keep. Maybe I discard iteration. I don't love that. I think I'm gonna ditch the monkey. How can Discord tell I sap? There are ways. Yeah, you link your Discord and Twitch accounts, and then it knows. From 1 to 10, how do you like exchanging down on mana? 1. I really dislike that. Sentina. Zabójstwo liryczne. Good Saga and Unholy Heat Emery. That's Pierce proof. Put Saga into play so I can get Thermal Script earlier. If I play this and get Spell Pierce and I go Heat kill Emery, it's not a disaster. Unless they also could play Teferi. They play Teferi. I think I'm happier to have played a Saga. Not clear. This means I have to hit a land with the Saga. If I don't play Spider Bluff, it's tapped on the next turn though. This is interesting. I guess no matter how I play my cards, they're not the most efficiently used.
He's a phenomenal
It's not
control
great to
player.
iterate either. I think I'm gonna go Saga and Unholy Heat. Here is a bit unclear because you can play around Werther or Spell Pierce. We know they have Werther, we don't know they have Spell Pierce in their deck, but it's a bigger disaster if they have Spell Pierce, I think. So we walk into Terra, it's fine. Then next turn we can Iteration, or we can have Werther if they play Saga. Why not keep up there? True. He bluffing, bro, yeah. Heavy bluffing. He bluffed so hard. Are they delirious? Instant, creature, artifact, land, sorcery, yes. Easily. I want to target the lantern because of just breach in my hand. Baila Ella, baila, baila Ella. Can breach, bobble, heat. If 8 cards in the graveyard, we spend 6, we have 2 left, 3, so we can't, even if we draw a land, unless it's a fetch. If it's a fetch, we can also tear the Saga, which is pretty punishing. We do have the grinding station though, so we could just play towards the combo, although if Emery lives, then probably gonna have Soulgate Lantern. Iterate behind find removal, which we have 3 removals for Emery. There is a chance that my breach goes dead if I don't use it now though. There is Springleaf Drum, Mox Amber. I think I lean towards killing this. And with the fetch land we can blow them out pretty hard, right? I have 10 cards, yeah, that functions. Seems better than Iteration because of the Soulgate. Fetchland, 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 Fetchland. Okay, I'm fine with that. I think killing Emery is more important than killing the Saga. Can connive the station, awesome. Can take a look, see prismatic ending. So they boarded prismatic ending. Why?
He's a phenomenal control player.
Isn't this stair useless? If I hit a fetch of a connive, then it's not useless. But it was pretty weird. They did not achieve too much, yeah. I think they could have saved it. They make constructs, so now gonna be land. Fetch mountain, exile my guy, okay. So now if we draw Unholy Heat, we can go face. Now I actually have access to Unholy Heat. So my joke doesn't even function. Under Ragavan. Kinda want to play Emery. They kept Spellbomb, that's awkward. If we hit Werther, strong. If we hit removal, it's strong. If we hit Misha's Bubble, it's strong. I think iteration, yeah. I don't think it's easy, because nothing is easy in life, but... The 100 iteration in hand? Probably. To have something to do if my combo doesn't function, yeah. Maybe not, maybe I want Springleaf Dam Bubble. To go Bubble, Dram, Emery. They already used a Soul Guide Lantern, so they probably won't grab a hate card. I mean, I can also bubble Emery iteration in hand. There's a chance they Ether Spellbomb if they kept it post-board. They have 3 Werthers, by the way. Fuse. I like the word fuse on the bottom. Well, they shouldn't have 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. Having more mana seems meaningful. Just more mana if I need to replay Emery this way. For the combo. Seems like we might be dying if they do that. Should have cracked my bubble. Moxambero. Scalding Tarn. If they play Breach now and play Emery, then, you know, most likely we're gonna die. Here comes Breach. Not good, bros. They could technically fail to combo. They can also replay the Soul Guide now, though. Yeah, seems like that prismatic ending was pretty game winning in the end. Is anyone else playing? Yeah, so I can wait. Think another piece of graveyard high in the board would be good? No. Struggling to see the line? I don't think they are struggling. Maybe they are, I guess we can't know. I think more graveyard hate is not really something I would be after. I think for the mirror, I think that would be wiser to do, would be to do like the opponent did and play Werther's, I think. ×3. Werther seems kind of okay, actually. But if you've observed how the match went, you actually don't, you see that graveyard hate is not actually all that based. If you see, how the game 2 went, for example, right, where it would be nigh useless to have a Soulgate Lantern. So it's just a small part of the puzzle, not really all that meaningful, past the fact that you won't want to grab a Saga because that's a decent amount of utility per slots committed. I think this Mystical Dispute in the sideboard is kind of weird. I net decked a list with it, but it's not actually that good. And it's actually kind of good versus no decks. It's maybe Murktide, but it's kind of redundant with Spell Pierce. Surgical question mark. Very good question. Very surgical question. I wonder why there is no Fluster. It's because Spell Pierce is flexible and Fluster is less flexible. Was just thinking that. Very good thought. Although you could try to describe what you thought about the card exactly. I don't think Surgical Extraction is a card that would be useful in the mirror much. Too much. Seems like it will be win rate decreasing rather than win rate improving. 4 seasons tournaments at 4 tournaments. 6 December from 4 seasons tournaments. Top 8 modern main event 500 players. Arenas. Main deck Force of Vigors in Arenas. What format is this? Modern? Blood Red Elf? BBE Energy. 3 games on Caverns, understandable. 3 Moon. This is definitely a build of Rhinos. If I spot correctly, I see no Force of Negation. Rhinos with no Force of Negation? I mean, that does not make sense to me whatsoever on the surface of things, but congrats for a great result for Paolo Calise. He dodged Merktide good. Yeah, we would just resolve your cards without force. I don't know. Bloodbraid plus Force of Negation. Oh yeah, well, you need to cut Bloodbraid. And you can do that, of course. Second place, Merfolk. 4 Svilun of Sky and 4 Merfolk Trickster. This player has the forces. Instead. Next place. 4 Risen Reef. 3 Ephemerate, 2 Fury. Titania, Ladrami, Skull. Remember when the entirety of the Magic Modern community was under a collective illusion that Eladrami Skull is a good mid-range card? In a mid-range deck. Player made those main deck choices to play 4 BBE, at least said that on 4 season Facebook. I mean, that's understandable and self-explanatory as they do play Bloodbraid Elf. And they don't play Force because it's a bad Cascade card. So, is Elf guaranteed Rhinos in this deck? 4, 4, 4, 5. It is guaranteed Rhinos. Okay, so that's why they play it this way. So they probably have to cut it when they board in Skull Dispute. Or Blood Moon, yeah, I guess it's Rhinos or Blood Moon from the Bloodbraid Elf. I mean, it sounds pretty sus as a strategy, but Pog Champion for their innovation. Looks cool. This player has a Kozilek Butcher of Truth for the grindy matchups. Understandable. Geralf, Hapatra, Essence Warden. Haven't seen Essence Warden in a while. Yogmotorino. Second Merfolk deck. 8 Svelon of Sea and Sky. 3 Ferren Catacombs in the deck. 2 Windset Heath. 1 Swamp, 2 Forest. Might have been a budget choice. Or just I don't have the Verdant Catacombs at hand choice. Tron. Bro, paper tournaments, like, they have a vibe. For sure. Matteo Bruschi. Croxa, Fable. Playing against just burn 420. Before the prelim, I was wondering if I should add a single lightning helix and if it would be a good card against the prowess decks. I ultimately decided against it. And now we play against just burn 420 on the draw. But it probably wouldn't have helped at all. It's Broski like Broski. Mateo Broski. Maybe they aren't on burn. Maybe we play against slivers today. Just burn 420 used to be a player who only ran slivers, but switched to burn at some point. Monike, bratke. I never played burn. Has to be relaxing. It's more so disappointing. Think Emery. It's a bit close. Tupa. Jezu, ta oliwka Brazil to jak daje. Tylko przez bucha. To nie dzwoni, nie rucha. What she's saying, Kanye? Just like... It's fairly obscene. I don't even know, like, if, like, doesn't really... I can't translate now. Best part about burn is every match takes 20 minutes max, even if it goes to 3 games. You would think so, but every now and then you see a paper tournament and you get into the draw bracket on the first few rounds of the tournament and you get paired and you're playing as fucking burn. And the burn player's like, oh yeah, I mean, I had a tough one. They're gonna draw Blast and Mire, but I want the card in my hand already. Would Price of Progress be too good? Yes. It would bring no joy to modern as is. And I can't see that being good for anyone. I'm going to fetch shock to combo this turn. And Price of Progress is just like worse magic you could want. Just don't play Folklore Money Tribal. I mean, it's also the easiest way to get basics that are not non-basics into play is play fetch lands. So it's a nonsense argument. So people have like newbie 2 mana 6-8 damage regularly. And would scale to more, it's just nonsensical card. Oh, your Amulet deck takes 10 damage from Price of Progress. Should have played basics, idiot. Yeah, should have. So I guess we have to bank on them having a land. Is it better to just wait a turn or not? I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird how many body motions triumphs seem to trigger in people. Just to get a redraw and to get to cast stuff. It's probably not good to wait. Alright, let's go to 6 and let's die. Maybe. Ask them in chat if they have 6 damage in hand. Actually, okay, I think I missed a play. I could have Mishra's Bobbled with Emery and then play Breach and connive into an untapped land maybe. That doesn't do 6 damage to me. But yeah, they had 2 burn spells, so I was not super favorite. Are you gonna draw an untapped land? No, okay, just gonna die. Werther doesn't seem too good. We have Prismatic Ending. Could make add research desk too. There's a chance I want to grab it for a redraw Shadow Spear or something. But you know, even if Werther wouldn't be necessarily make burn the best deck, it would make playing not nice. Nobody actually wants to play against it. And the Rendex would actually fetch basics. Spotkanie z Hemingwayem, żeby się zabić se. Pamiętam jak mówili, ile tam by zapomnieć, jak te chwile te... I mean, many of Da Vinci's opinions sound like opinions of a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Which is because they are. Certainly, like... Seems like... Oh no, that's the wrong land to get. No, that's okay. Certainly sounds like a person that is used to dealing with shit. And not having any issues with that. Which is interesting, I think, because, yeah. Once you've been through Yu-Gi-Oh, then you will sell anything. What about MH3 reprint price of Pog? 2 mana deal 1 damage for each land opponent controls. Each land? I mean, that's a weak card then. Pop is symmetrical, sure. Not sure how to play this turn, so... Equipping feels weaker against some stuff. Setting this up means Breach is gonna be able to kill. To kill the station? Not even the Shadow Spear? What the hell? What? So bad. Don't take damage, bro. To just kill the Shadow Spear, I think. But if I equipped against this, it would be so bad. Yeah, I was wondering if they have this card in their deck. Maybe they have another one. Maybe. But still, I think I would prefer to kill the Shadow Spear and then I can kill the station if needed. Hate how I play against Baron and they kill me, bros. I find that not to be okay. Okay, so I have a second smash. So we got smashed. So we have 2 cards, we have to race. I don't know if we are a favorite. In fact, we might not be. Can we play Shadow Spear on the next turn, so opponent, you're about to die. Sinning Plaid, oh kurwa. Alright, we have 4 life points, it's okay. We have 9 life points, we kill them next turn. Unless they kill me. Pay costs. White red Boros Charm. Sitting Glad in this matchup. Doesn't seem the worst, but a bit surprising. Maybe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can make 1, 2, 3, 10, 12. Okay. Skill. I mean, Sitting Blood is kinda scary. But yeah, in modern mana bases, I don't know, there is actually meaningful cost of taking the damages. The splashes can be really, really hurtful. It feels roughly well balanced. I don't take issue with how it is. Guida, okay. Take my breath away. Hmm. Take my breath away. Bros, my life points. think playing Shatter is a bit risky, but seems better. Maybe I was just supposed to mulligan the hands. Enabling Searing Blaze, yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna be enabled this game. We enable it to deal 2 more damage with a Goblin Guide though, so I guess that's the hurting part, but... Bolts. No, Breach. It's not a good draw. If they have an Eidolon, we just lose. They have Burn spells, we just lose. Boros Charm. Bros Charm. Ledger Shatter, awesome. Okay, we died. Or do we? Vsauce music. Mill Station. Untapped land. Breach Station win? Question mark. They have Guide. Emry literally has affinity for artifacts, just print the word cowards. Chat, does anyone have an issue with how Emry is a free mana card with affinity and how that is really odd? That is very cheap. It can only get reduced by 2. So it's an odd keyword to have on a card like this. Isn't it? Oh, I shouldn't bubble them because if they're ghosting, they know they have a burn spell, so they don't have to shuffle. And if they see a land, they could not. So it's just straight up minus value. Because every other affinity card in the game with the actual word affinity, it's a 7 mana creature that's obviously overcosted, but you're expected to cast it for less. But then Emry is somehow two mana to begin with. Three mana to begin with, and then it can be further reduced. It's just odd design. I think I shouldn't have ditched a breach. Saying the extra breach. It's a mistake. I connived away breach instead of a removal. Frogmite wasn't 7 mana, that's true. Okay, we die because they don't use the fetch, but if we don't die, then you know, it's cool. But Frogmite was also possible to be reduced to 0, down to 0. And Emery can only get reduced by 2. That just feels like very little. Maybe they don't fetch and draw smash. Yeah, and kill me. Now you die to Swiss Spear too, I know. But they have a smash anyways. I just want to die, bros. They don't have a reason to fetch. Well, I guess they have. Close games against Baron, close games against the Mirror, O2. We can play. You would fetch an upkeep. After your opponent has bubbled you 4 times, or like would you just study their facial expression? So I guess, chat, what you're saying is that Emery does not feel extremely odd, right? That's what you mean? Emery does not feel extremely odd to have this cost reducing ability. Because it also feels like in most sets they would print Emery and it would cost just 3 mana without the cost reduction spell, and is a very plausible card to just exist. Pretty weak actually. Well, again, not a matter of whether it's weak or not, but how it feels, how it vibes. Emery vibes weirdly to me. You still pay its cost. Timing rules still apply, okay. I find Hogra Mauling was weirder in that sense. Why? Costs 1 less to cast if an opponent controls no basic lands. That's a small difference and a very weird criteria. Yeah, I don't understand Agra Mauling either. It's because in limited, that's gonna be 4 mana plus land, but then constructed, it's gonna be 3 mana sometimes. I don't know. It's probably that was the thought process. At least I can trace it back to the thought process, and I think I can I can see a situation where you can think that it's a reasonable ability and it makes sense. Wild Slash is weird to me too. So we could say that Emery, Hagra Mauling, and Wild Slash are bad designs. It does feel weird that they still sometimes put the damage can be prevented this turn clause, where it just doesn't really happen. And when it happens, it happens in very unnatural ways. Where you block and then you block a creature, or like a creature of protection blocks you because you can't block it, and then you bone crush their face. It's just Weird stuff. Or Bone Crusher Giant, like... It's a weird design, thinking that it's already a new type of a card where you have like two options, and you could easily have Stomp instant, Stomp deals 2 damage to any target. And it almost doesn't take away from the power of the card in any... It doesn't take away from the power of the card in any reasonable way. Makes it have less words and simpler. And you could have Bone Crusher be a 4-3 creature with no abilities and also be pretty similar, but it just kind of got the extra 2 abilities stacked on. Pretty weird. I guess it was Nexus of Fate Aftermath. So the added damage can be prevented on Bone Crusher Giant and on Questing Beast to prevent fogs. It's kind of weird. Wasash was the secret weapon in Phoenix versus Turbo Fog Wilderness Wreck. Sure. But yeah, Chad, do you think Bone Crusher Giant would see any lesser amount of play if it didn't have the deals 2 damage when targeted ability? Discuss. Because I think a simple Bone Crusher Giant, which would be a spin-off of Bone Crusher Giant, which is just Stomp deal 2 damage for free, would see like 99% the same amount of play. And Legacy Stomp, yes, it's relevant against D&T and Lens. Well, it's for sure it's relevant. But would decks not play it? Overplaying it. Bone Crusher would see not less play in main boards, but in sideboards. Change my mind. What? Yeah, exactly. No one plays it for a deal 2. It does come up in the games. I'm not saying it doesn't come up in games and doesn't decide games. But it's interesting when you think about designing the game from the complexity standpoint, which has been a complaint lately, that cards have too much words. You know, having playable cards be like, instead of what Bone Crusher Giant does right now, being the simple Bone Crusher Giant, sounds like a route you could take. Interesting stuff. I also have a small issue with Ward. Namely, Ward is on a card that you own, but it describes an action that your opponent has to take. So it reads a little bit weird. So intuitively, especially with no reminder text, it kind of is weird to your opponent that they are the one who they have to discard a card. It kind of intuitively sounds a little bit more as if the Graveyard Trespasser's owner was supposed to discard a card to protect it from a removal spell, to counter the removal spell or something like this. Don't like the use of M-dash on ward. Yeah, I don't know why they use the M-dash. Do you use it in general? So long. Looks so weird, and I didn't look at it ever, but so long. Ward. Long pause. Discard a card. What about... What about some other cards with abilities? Ability words? I don't know, let's say Embalm. Embalm is an activated ability. So it's not gonna work. Ward. Discard a card. Sky Turtle. Oh yeah, they use the M-dash here, but there's no spaces here. And there is a space and a cost, and this looks like much better. But there's like no space within the ward, this kind of card. So here you have ward, pay 3 life. And here you have Magecraft, spacebar, M-dash, spacebar, whenever duru. This is bizarre. What happened then? Who I played against Burn? What did you say it's called? M-dash? Shadow Spear deck lost to Burn with a scam. I did not get to Shadow Spear my opponent. Because Magecraft is a name to make cards faster to read, but has no rule stacks. Word actually has meaning. Okay, well that explains the italicization versus lack of it, but the lack of the space. A bit weird jump. I think there was no space for cumulative upkeep. Okay. Can I put the image and pane and check if dashes are the same length. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem. Okay, I guess there's maybe an easier way. Zaznacz. They don't seem to be the same length. No, they are the same length. They are the same length. Because I left this over here. Very smooth. What? Alright, they are the same length. Just change them to different length and plus tweet insane paint skills. Thanks. Would Dark Depths be safe unban? Dark Depths seem to be a really strong deck in no banless modern, so I think it probably would be strong deck in banless modern too. So probably unsafe. Okay, disable that emote too. Pure NBL's only ban cards are legal. What about pure NBL modern? Yeah, good question. What about Grindstone added to modern? Is the deck too good without Pyro and Soul Lens? I don't know. Might be maybe okay. Might be not too powerful. Hi, may I ask your version of creativity? I haven't played creativity in a while. I have written a guide for it for my subscribers in my Discord. Was it in September, October? September, I think. Maybe too powerful since Saga. Yeah, maybe. Saga grabbing the combo piece pretty good. Static hand and a keep, bros. I'm not mulliganing. I'm keeping. Hand is shit, but I'm mod. I don't accept to mulligan anymore. Told you game 1, yeah. I think I should have actually played a fetch land. Right? Can I go fetch? Fetch, I have 4 cards. Please don't kill me. Please simply have only one hammer. Played fetch fetch, it wasn't actually good. Okay, we won. Nice, nice funny deck, idiot. Like equipment themed in modern, lol. What? I think they had to go. We won the match. Hmm. Really, Papon? Okay, well, it seems. I didn't actually mean that they're an idiot. I just wanted to be just slight trash talk, bros. Let's name. Any good ideas for cool cards to name? Woolly Thoktar. It's a creature. Rare. Green, red, or white. 6 mana plus. Primeval Titan. It is a 6 mana rare red or white creature. Not a giant. It can't be Infernal Titan because it is not a giant and it is not from M11, which is where the Titans were from. Avacyn. Avacyn costs either 8 mana or 5 and it's a legendary angel. Niv Mizzet. No, it's legendary, can't be. Titans are giants. Well, if Primal Titan is giant, then other Titans are also giants. It can be Boros, yeah. But guessing a Boros creature is pretty bad because you don't learn which color of it actually is. Okay, Dream Trawler works. So this white. White 6 mana non-legendary creature. Aurelia the War Leader is legendary. This is not legendary. Also a rare. Could be white black or white. Yeah, could be white black still. The lifelink dude that wins the game with 40 HP. I think that's mythic. Let's check. Mythic rare, yeah. Could be you are too, right? True. Could be you are actually. Six mana rare creature, that's kinda a tough one. With like Pack of Wolves, but it's not red. There's a card like this, like a Pack of Wolves and 6 mana. 6 mana wolves. Pure NBL. For Uro, for Oko. Nice deck. Well, I can't play Island and Forest. That's a cheating. Also no Astrolabe. Well, Snow Basics are also not banned. Aegis Angel. Good guess. It's not an angel. Well, it's 60 cards, but that's fake basics. Number of opponents you have sounds made up. It is from the year of 19. It is not a human. So it's from M20, Modern Horizons, War of the Spark, or Ravnica Allegiance. Interesting. Been loving playing Blue-Eyed Soldiers in Standard. Interesting. So, not human, not angel, not sphinx, not giant, not beast. What else? Sephara has 7 mana, and from some set, could be M21 or M20. It was also an angel and also legendary, so she's not very fit for this guess. Oh, the Archon in Eldraine, yeah. But it's a mythic in Eldraine, which we know it's not in Eldraine. Loxodon from M20. I don't know what Loxodon we're talking about. Okay, I think I know the Loxodon. I don't know its name, but I know which one you're talking about. Life Chanter. Elephant Cleric, okay. It was Loxodon Life Chanter, congrats. When it enters the battlefield, you may have your life total become the total toughness of creatures you control. So you play it with 6 mana up, and then you activate it. And then you get your life total become your life total plus the total amount of toughness of creatures you control. Baka mitai. Currently playing Loxodon Smiter, cards I love, shorts requested by Zerg4. What the hell? It's not playing right now. But let's make it play now. Modern. GPTs. Solid. Do you love Loxodon Smiter? As much as this guy? No, maybe no one does. But he top-aided 2 GPTs with his friend boy Loxodon Smiter. I remember back when Loxodon Smiter was semi-playable modern, there were actually 2 guys at the shop that I frequented to play modern, and they were both they both were nicknamed Green White in their name because they played Loxodon Smiter Green White deck. So it was like, yeah, they're playing as Green White Guy 1 or Green White Guy 2, which was pretty funny. But even back then, I thought of this deck as extremely lame. The rumors are true, and the ally fastlands are being printed soon. How would that affect the mana base? Well, where? People would play fastlands, but also depends on what exactly you're asking about. How many fastlands are too much for Pioneer? Well, it's... In Ignis, you just play green fastlands. And you would play Steam Vents. Or some other Izzet land. But fastlands with mana dorks, that's better. You'd probably don't want to play many more than 6, 7, 8 fastlands in a deck in Pioneer, but allied colored fastlands would allow 2 color decks to have their fastlands and would also allow the 3-color decks to center their fast lands in a single color to play 1 mana cards of a certain color. So in Ignus's case, elves. What rumors? Well, the rumors are that they never reprinted Fastlands because they have names tied to Mirrodin, and then new Ferex is on Mirrodin, so it makes sense to reprint them finally. And also, it's cringe that there is no 10 Fastlands in Pioneer, so. Fucking Wicked Elephant Boy again. Don't think it will change much. You will still need a blue mana for Risen Reef. Well, it will change what I'm saying, right? You're just gonna play. You're not gonna play Spirebluff Canal plus Llanowar Elves combo in your deck anymore. Just your fast lands are gonna be the green ones, and your other lands are gonna be the Izzet ones if you have any Izzet lands in your deck. But we can allow fast lands, slow lands, pay lands, and triumphs in standard. No, we can. I think pretty easily. We have a modern league started, which is with Neoform. And we have a Pioneer League started. So you have an O3 Pioneer League and a O3 Modern League. Perfect. So I'll make a poll as to what to play in a league right now. New poll. What? No. Pioneer, Lotus leagues or Modern Breach League. And I ask you, and you tell me. Depends on a huge detail. Is it Modern Through the Breach? It's Modern Breach, the one I'm playing right now. Maybe we can try the green build too, instead. With Rens. I think I will cringe for playing Rens, but we can try. We could play Blue Red too, yeah. If you are willing to give up the Fairy. The Fairy is very nice for me, but can definitely just not play it. Play 4 Fastlands then, I guess. But 4 Fastlands and Saga is a little bit of an awkward mana. Also had a green-red build of Breach available, actually. Let me look it up. How'd I name it? And we could actually try that too, because I was interested about that. Grinding station RG. But it doesn't really help, because Ren is not really better for a mana base. Like, you still have the normal issues of casting Ren. And you have lots of graveyard reliance. Well, play off of Nissa. Yeah, maybe, I guess. Still Seeker. I would need to read that card. $20 lands. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, look at the top. If it's a land, you may reveal, put into your hand. If you don't... I mean, this card looks, frankly, very weak to me. Although I haven't played any games with it, so maybe this just looks underwhelming, but it looks really underwhelming, bros. Not gonna lie. Looks really quite underwhelming. We don't even have a basic forest in this deck. Watch Spike play and was great. Sure. This free two a bit clearly busted. Seems like Pioneer Lotus Leagues wins. So we're gonna go with Lotus. Yeah, well, in this deck we had no Daredevil, so it doesn't do anything. I think the Daredevil decks have a pretty low ceiling as to how good they can be, because the diminishing returns of, like, the dilemma of having to draw a Daredevil every game, but the diminishing returns of drawing multiples is just way too bad, unescapable. And then you just draw two Daredevils, so you draw a Daredevil with no way to use it. You have a dead card, and then you have 3 and 50, so 15, 1 in 15 chance of drawing a Daredevil, which is a dead draw every draw step. And there's just no good way around that. It's inescapable. Maybe I should quit Magic, seems like I'm too stupid for it. Were my opponent the prelim? Why are you saying that? I was surprised by the concession, but understandable. Can't fit 2 Hope Tenders, I think. Hope Tender is for racing. For example, people play mono green. And they don't play removal, so I get to use it combo of even on turn 3. Well, Ignus, I think, much less thought was put into countering Ignus, but true. It is a side effect. Wonder how much Elder Gargarov costs now. Nice village Elder. Do szatni wymuszać numerek, dobra, dobra. Five tickets. Dan is 7 tickets, nice. I did rotate out of standard, which holds minimal weight, I guess. Best trophies on top of the shelf, sleeping. Don't wake him up, or he's gonna calm down here and it's gonna be attention seeking once again. Yeah, I see Den of the Bugbear, it costs 8 tickets, and yet Doomwake was claiming it's 7. So a little bit of a misinformation was being spread in the chat. Awesome hand. Hidden Mitsopka. Interesting name. Impulse was printed as mythic. This version of the card was in From the Vault 20th anniversary of Magic the Gathering, which I guess released 10 years ago, Monk has. Which included one iconic card from every year of Magic the Gathering in the what was the name of that? From the Realms, no, from the Vault foiling. Just different. 20th anniversary where you had 4 packs for 500 USDs. I think it was cheaper. Calister, do you judge people by their choice of basic land? No. How do I remove song from song request? You have to ask me and I can remove it. Gingerbread is actually good in Commander. Okay, but I'm not removing that. You requested it. It's here. Sorry, broski. Gingerbread is actually good in Commander. Do you judge people based on the way they greet you? Sure. I think it's crying. Maybe it's Bosseggio. I guess Bosseggio is the same, it doesn't cost mana. Okay, we drew on the stage so we can just play field. Could Bosseggio the Fable, maybe I'm supposed to do that. TBH. I was listening to a podcast and I had the question, what do you think is the strongest card print to standard this year? I don't know. The festival was Kamigawa, so I guess you could say Fable of the Mirror Breaker because it's on a table. And it seems to have proven to be actually pretty good, despite me black dissing the cards a lot. Shredder, Bosseggio, probably Bosseggio, yeah. Well, Bosseggio not good in standard, but... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Seems relatively safe to copy. Well, we can, I guess, on top, pass. So why is Gingerbread good in Commander again? I might have missed it. Need 2 stomps to kill me. Not good. Need to draw something good of the Vizier. Hmm. Could have picked strings or Bosseggio of Impulse. Yeah, that would have been good enough here. Took the Bosseggio, but then I drew lines. But probably should have taken the strings TBH. As is, I see no way of escaping this precarious situation. Petition for Vizier. Okay, that's a way. This is extinction even on odd. Okay, and die. I'll press this is free, this is free. This is even, this is even. Close. I smell a stomp in their hands. There's no reason to believe they have a stomp in their hands with like any degree of certainty. I don't think so. Just that they didn't play anything. So we lost game one, which is a little bit not great. Hope tenders out. I think extinction even is kind of not great. What about Supreme Verdict? It's a Gargarov matchup. I think I added something accidentally to my deck. We don't need Fey of Wishes. It's a Gargarov matchup if we believe that they're not gonna have Dread Boars, which we can maybe try. Oh, approach is here. Okay, yeah, I did mean to add the approach. I keep 2 Grazers for Fastens, or we can keep Fey instead. And the extinction even seems a little bit terrible against Rakdos, I feel like. So 1 Grazer for Fastness. Maybe Fading Hope is better as a way to buy time. But I don't mind keeping 1 Grazer. It's not that big of a priority to cut all of them. I guess Fading Hope is also probably good at making sure we don't die to Joldred. Don't really want to mulligan much. This hand needs a Lotus Field. Doesn't do anything. It's probably mulligan. Oh, this is really an easy land. I think we're gonna be better off mulliganing to 5. I'm gonna keep this. Probably put back the expensive bros. Don't want Takenuma, so discard. Good draw. Thank you, sir. No 2-drop, question mark. Interesting. Do you want scrying for the field or do you want just behold for more cards? I think we might want behold for more cards, but it's tricky. Could be questionable. Could play out El Vizier, but there's no guarantee it's gonna survive, and we do go down a card, which seems undesirable. Playing that land might have been bad. How? Kept the face, so it's okay. Oh no, we have Fae, we kept Fae ultimately. Oh, what a great draw. Well, what do we think about this? Yeah, I mean they could cut Trespassers, not the Bone Crusher Giants. It's pretty similar value. But it's gonna be a pain for them to get through. Misery Shadow, okay. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Can even drop all over the pages now. Although, we don't attack, which is kind of awkward that we don't benefit from our attack every turn monster to trigger. So I'm probably gonna be boarding it out for game 2 for sure. Piffing Needle, okay. They named Thespian Stage, okay. They didn't want to attack with the Shadow into the Gargaroth? I guess they want to use the castle. 2 black. 3 green, 2 blue. I should play the land. That way I can cast ultimatum off the top of my deck. Just for a mana. When playing so-called Scamerino. Cat woke up and dropped with a force of 1,000 suns. It sounded like. Should be getting their free attacks with Misery Shadow. I don't know why they don't do that. What's meow in Polish? Well, it's meow. It's odd that they just didn't attack me at some point. I don't know. Point Crocsaying. No way, it's written as in English, right? Well, it's not. What do you mean? It's just. What is your question exactly? It's written as you hear it. Meow. Why not hidden strings or creatures and cipher? I forgot I can do that. That's sick. How are they free attacks? They prevent Gargoyle attacks. Okay. Yeah, they think should have ciphered. Kinda punished for not ciphering, bros. Very Blast is kinda insane as a scam. Why? They don't play on Holy Heat, so they can re-kill it through, but. Turns out they're scams. I mean, sure. I don't know. Well, I mean, at this point of the game, I don't think it matters. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I guess with the Fury combat trick, it's powerful. I dash. Okay. How do you call cats a cat over in English, in Polish? Yeah, you go like. It never works. It's just it's a little bit weird of a tradition. It doesn't seem to actually work for me. Cats just ignore me. Who feeds cats in your household? We both do. I mean, my cats, I don't know, I don't say pss, pss, pss to them and they don't seem to react to that, so. I've never been taught to do so. I think we die here. But I do react to the sound of a packet of a food being opened. We die. I think we could have won game 1 if we made a different decision, but I'm not sure if it was a correct decision. But it probably was, because strings is much harder to come by and much more crucial to actually win, so I think it was a mistake in the end. Dying the Joldred is kind of cringe NGL, definitely. TOS song, what's it about? Pokemon Carton? Titan. I understand this word. Do you guys use the trick of mimicking the noise of a mouse makes with your mouth? Catches their attention. I don't even know what noise a mouse does. Me 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 me. Is that it? Probably not. Me 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 me. It's probably not the mouse sound. Holy shit, I think there's a mouse in my room. Damn, it seems like they did a great job. Can you just get the Bobbler? I'll do a demonstration later. Hopefully, yeah. Investor Amateur. Nice song. Don't think I can do enough direct damage. Maybe cracking bubble is bad against Fury. Fury combat trick. How can a video about what noise the mouse makes be over 10 minutes? Well, let's find that. Mouse sounds. 1 hour of mouse squeaking. Animals with Peter Beaten. Sound effect of mouse. 1 hour HQ. I don't know how to do that with my mouth. Would not be easy. The sound effects, sound bites, and music bites are royalty free and you can use them in your projects. Hope you enjoy the channel. Don't forget to subscribe. Oops, I forgot. Oh snap, Chad, I had to do something. Do you remember what was it? Just like absolutely fallen out of my mind. I have no idea what was that. But it was so clear just a minute ago. Pretty sure all you guys know how to make it. It's just hard to describe. Okay. I probably shouldn't have cracked the bubble. Wanted to do this IRL. Okay. There is a voice channel on Discord. You want to open up lessons of teaching people how to make mouse sounds? Can you take your cat on your laps and put a song for cats? Only if they want to. Just not always. So you're playing as you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut the combo, bros. You guessed it right. Actually, I don't have cards to sideboard against them. Like, I could have Tormod script. It breaks Crocs and this scam combination. Okay, I'm gonna keep one station. Might have moon, but they have moon, then tough luck, I guess.
He's a
Straight prelim
phenomenal
at 4
control
p.m.
player.
Happy birthday, Papa.
There is, we can play it with Lotus Field, maybe. On the draw, Ragavan, I keep. Thank you, Loot Whore, for your subscription. Very nice. It's reasons to save the bubble for Emery. I don't know what to do, so I will just click on the card. We want to fetch an island next turn too. You could just play drum though. They have a 10-1 removal or a Fury in hand, and it's just kind of bad to play the Ragavan out. You can dash next turn, they play Duffy Voidwalker. Try to steal a card. Unlicensed Hairs, okay. So bad this is Fury to play. Shredder into Ragavan here. I think we're gonna dash. At least you know they're not sim sniping. How do I know it? Can take the Ragavan, but that seems useless. That card is useless. You said remove the combo and bring in hairs. I actually kept the combo though. If they have hairs and moon, we could maybe have tear and wear. Smiting ending seems a bit bad to me. Although it's maybe okay too. But yeah, Ragavan blanked. Would a licensed hairs be better or worse than an unlicensed one? Very good question. Okay, let's not play around Fury anymore. I discarded Fury, but I'm in a bad situation, I think. Just flooded so much, so we have to accept some level of risk. Should probably trim Ragavans on the draw instead of keeping them all. Seems kinda weak against their deck. Cool, bro. Very nice Fury. But yeah, I have no removal for the hair, so I will not be able to cast a breach this game, so I guess I will not be able to come back without that help of the card advantage source. But we also just draw lands. And bottom exile a play sucks there, I guess. They have two Croxas too, then Prismatic Ending can exile Croxa, which is nice. Gonna sideboard a bit differently for the next game. There's a small chance I would want Shadow Spear for the Saga constructs, but against this, but just seems generally so bad against their deck. Screw Hairs, escape Croxa, or scam this, whatever. I think even on the play we don't want to Ragavans. Okay, that looks good to me. One Werther. Seems like an okay amount. Keep. Not sure if I should play fetch here or not. I play Ragavan, I guess. Took my station. I guess I wouldn't mind making a play. I'll crack. Okay, Saga into Shredderoni. Flooding again though. Goblins get you a 5 and this is how you treat them. I played a Prelim with Goblins, I got a 2-2 win the Prelim. Seemed okay. Season Pirates okay, I was afraid of Moon. But the fact that I played a league with Goblins, I will. It doesn't mean I will play Goblins forever. Why fetch if you're afraid of Moon? Because against Moon I will fetch Sacred Foundry to tear the Moon. But I would lose my saga, so it still would be a bad exchange for me. Which is why I'm asking my opponent not to do that, while still doing that. Please. And the island is already in my hand, so that was the only basic in my deck against Moon anyways, right? Nothing else matters. Don't have 2 copies, bro. Thanks. Brother, why so furious? Tu, 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 tu. 3 for 1. I lost a construct. They lost 3 cards. And I lost a heat, so just 2 for 3 more closely. If construct is worth a card, which is arguable. It's from near. Nice song. Desk Shining. Yeah, looks pretty good here. What is this? Fury, Griefcast, okay. Water also shining. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. What would you say this deck's bad matchups are? Not sure. Yeah, not sure. I mean, it seems like kind of well-rounded. TBH. Interesting. Probably want to keep heat, even though I can cast it now. The desk shining, but I actually didn't end up using it. I know, it doesn't feel like I struggle with like any specific matchups to a great extent. Mostly maybe just the fact that sometimes inconsistency or the like internal weirdness of the deck kicks in and it doesn't work, doesn't function super. I don't know if that's a very helpful description, but it does feel like that. My internal weirdness kicks in sometimes too. Yeah, true. Once again, I can't even use the Misha's research desk. Seems like we win, and we proceed to 2-2. Yeah, that's still like, look at the top
He's
two,
a
pick one,
phenomenal
it's still
control
okay.
player.
Go Breach. They made fun of us before, but now it's tier 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5, exactly. That deck seems weak against iteration. It does, yeah. Two the prelim, so he lost to Mirror. And what else? What was round 2? Burn. So losing to Mirror and Burn is like going 4-0 anyways, because Burn I don't beat with any decks. Except for very rarely with creativity. And yeah, but your last win was a scoop. Well, I was winning that game. I don't know why they scooped that much. Just play UURR. Blue-red Merktide is the best deck, yeah. In Modern. Much success versus Yawgmoth with Breach, do you? But it's definitely a good matchup. Okay. Sure. That's what everyone says. For me personally, no Baron matchup is good though. As my lifetime win rate against that deck is 30%. Let's continue our Pioneer Lotus Field League. Maybe a prelim in an hour. And Legacy too. I don't think I ever played against Baron Legacy. No, I probably did, but... Will you flip Fico if you're gonna be paired against Baron round 1 Paprikash? No, I'll just try to win. Let's say I keep this. It's a bit of a sketchy hand, but... Turku, niższe cię wyprosić stąd. Kurwa mać, no, jebany kabel. Zahacza. I actually played against Baron Legacy at least once. I remember playing against Baron with Red Prison. Also, allegedly, according to the data from the RCs, Mono White is literally good against everything. And the best deck in Pioneer, bros. 49% is red black though. Okay, I didn't actually check any data. I just checked the Discord, and in Discord, Walumpa, who's Edardo Sashkalik, is just saying that the data tells that it's the best deck against everybody. What's my favorite non-basic land in the game? Forest. And I don't know. According to data, Phoenix Lotus Field is 10%. Well, it might very well be. It was the best deck. Yeah, I mean, Dryad Arbor. It was the best deck because Monogree is overplayed. It's certainly overplayed, yeah, but... My experience, white versus green is favored for white. I lose, but it's a matchup where I lose both sides of the matchup. South America mono green was just 10%. Well, South America based. Can we combo this turn? Let me see. Vizier, extra mana, then string 6 mana, then this 10 mana, then Leer, then strings and strings and behold. So we should be able to win, right? Pretty easily. Two strings, not even a question. Damn bros, turn 3. Jak to jest tak tym, tym lotusiarzem, no tak to bywa z tym lotusiarzem, że tak się ma, bo się nie ma. Wait, is this tag empty? Why they scope? I didn't even cast a big card. But they probably realize I will if I flashbacked and got frustrated and conceded. We do anything else? Extinction event? I've won too many cards. Assuming the fading hopes are okay, which they seem pretty okay. Swan recovery. Okay. I mean, people do that. I don't really understand. I guess we won the Fey of Wishes because over. We should have Fey of Wishes probably. Because the 1/4 body is pretty okay. Not blocking. Oh well. Keep. Player pathetic Thalia, bro. I literally don't care. Sure. I literally don't care, bro. Why do I have Civil Scrying in this deck? Don't need it. Traben is our home and I will not see it fall to this unhallowed horde. It actually did fall to the unhallowed horde in the story, bros. So good job, Thalia. That's 3 mana. So you're gonna be able to cast Zakama. Jaki niezdarny jesteś, Kotulek. Ale nie na klawiaturek, co? Oh, wow. You got pretty lucky to have functional Grazer hands twice in a row. Tala is Loitant, okay. I mean, Zakama is not fully maybe enough to stabilize here, though. This helps, maybe. On even at least Adeline and Bodyguard. Zakama is a widely played card. Okay, so we can go Hidden Strings. 6 mana, we spend 2, we have 4 mana, and then we spend 3. So then we have 9 mana, then we play Zakama. Then we have 7 mana after Zakama. So it seems like no, we can just cast Pour first. But what does it change now? That did not answer a question. I know. Bond to Reckoning might be better here than Extinction Event. Extinction Event doesn't impress too well. String Zakama Pour, well then it's better to cast Pour first before Zakama, right? Because you might draw Fading Hope to do that. Seems like we're just gonna do that, yeah. We're gonna play Zakama, untap Extinction on even, and then we have Fading Hope up. Disconnect the Thespian stage first. There's a Thalia on the battlefield, so I don't think I have resources to do so. You can just pass now. The declaration stole my Zakama. I'll be sad, bros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that will leave me dead. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Zakama can shoot too. I understand. I know the ability on Zakama. Zakama rodu. Thalia, okay. Zakama is a funny name. It is fun to say, yeah. We can't bounce. With the fading hope. Well, I already attacked. I can attack for another time. Should Thalia fade Adeline, Grazer and pass? That still loses to... Tap both lands for red and blue. Use blue to shoot Thalia, then bounce and shoot the bodyguard. But that doesn't help against Brave, anyways. Yes, I need to bounce. They don't need to Brave practically. Like if we do that, sure, I could have done the thing, but what I meant is that it didn't help against Under Brave. Doesn't make sense to shoot something on our turn to help against Brave. Yeah, well now I had to shoot proactively or gain 3 life.
Good evening, Kenny. For Barcelona, would you play creativity or rhinos?
Although if they attack with everybody, I gain life. Zakama blocks, like we block Adeline and a free power creature, and we take 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess 6. With Stab Town, we'll be left with a 1-1. Should bounce. Okay, yeah, that was better. You're right. I would literally toss a coin Charlie's _ stage 1. And I'll play the deck I have more experience with and I feel more comfortable playing. It is not a difference as to which one you're gonna play in the tournament. That will not... You cannot make an informed decision as to which one is gonna be better, so pick the one that's gonna be better for you. But yeah, you're right. I could have done the thing where they would have been left with 1-1. That was unwise of me. Have to include Brutal Cathar into conversation. No, you don't have to include Brutal Cathar. Didn't do anything. I guess if I use all my removals, then it would. I think it's unlikely that's in their deck's post board, although I guess Zakama is a known piece of technology, so maybe it is. It doesn't accomplish much because you kind do things at the same speed, so that I draw strings, scry towards strings. It's in their deck post board. I think it's pretty hard to make a mirror. A convinced statement like that. I think it very well might not be in the deck passport. Like, just because you think you'd keep the Cathar, then doesn't mean that an average opponent will. Scryback. Alright, I guess Posseggio you can keep technically to interact maybe. But the recovery is kinda stuff too. It's gonna be hard to line up versus stage. How many Bosseggio in the deck? 3 Bosseggio. Let's keep Balaget as stuff when comboing. In poker, people always say they should do X here, so I'll do Y, even though no one ever does X. Well, in poker, it makes sense because there is often a move they should be doing, right? And like they would be making a bad play otherwise. But in Magic, I think it is much less defined whether keeping a Brutal Cathar versus Lotus Field is a bad move or not. And often you're gonna have people tell you, oh yeah, they have Brutal Cathar Passport in their deck, which means that, okay, I would keep Brutal Cathar Passport, or like I've had my opponents keep Brutal Cathar Passport, or my buddies tell me Brutal Cathar is good in this matchup Passport who play the deck, but in reality it does not actually mean that my opponent does have Brutal Cathar in their deck, because we don't know that. Probably die to Baral next turn, although this is a good draw. We asked many white players, Brave and Brutal Cathar are both bad in the matchup. Well, sure, but that means that, again, like, from there, can you infer what my opponent exactly is doing exactly? It really can't, right? Although probably yes, should consider Brutal Cathar. That was your point. That's actually true. Wow, czemu mnie drapiesz po jajach? Not good, cat. Not good. This is actually not just a win, right? Because the mana is a bit stupid. It's a win. Oh, because we have Balagit, okay. But just this and this is not. So go green, blue. Gonna get this. This gets extra mana. Leave one blue in my mana pool. And untap 2 fierce, 2 blue. Yeah, that works. No bo prawie mnie po jajach, no nie wiem o co mu chodzi. Mógł się kurwa dokopać do czegoś chciał. No, leave black, black. So I have blue, okay, understandable. Makes sense. You have black, black, then you have green, a blue mana in the mana pool. Okay, drew under power, whatever. Why sweat it? Oh, wow. Wow. Well, I mean, it changes which mana I'm left with afterwards. Which I don't know if it matters, but probably in some way it matters. Once again, drawing second pour obstructs me from actually paying attention to what I do. I mean, a single black mana, yeah, single black mana is better because then it means that if I if they give me Dark Petition, it can get strings to produce extra mana. That's the key thing, which is why blue mana in the mana pool is better than black mana in the mana pool when resolving ultimatums. So have to pay attention to make it do that. Could Pithing Needle, but that doesn't sound too good. We could Behold the Multiverse, but that doesn't sound too good. Could Zakama and Ugin, but that doesn't sound too good. Or we could Thought Distortion. Opten are definitely good in the matchup. Can drop Way of Wishes, probably. And Thought Distortion seems like a good thing. Extinction even also goes out. Behold the Multiverse a little bit costly. They play one Baral, but I guess Baral is like Hope Tender, but Hope Tender seems better than Baral. It's kind of a similar slot of a card. Maybe not. Have you played Hope Tender? Well, I have not played it out yet. I have not drawn it yet. I think Razors for Fastness in the mirror seem relevant, so we're gonna keep that. Being fast seems crucial. Yeah, I guess. Needle to name stage. No. Because it also names your own stage. Baral seems a better card mid combo, I don't know. Well, I know about that. That's like an easy thing to say, mid combo. But well, depends. Because what Hope Tender does, it lets you skip the stage copying process. I'm sure you can skip the stage copying process with Hidden Strings Baral too, but I think Hope Tender seems like it should go harder. Because Baral is +1 mana on his strings and just Hope Tender is just straight up a stage. Can see a scenario where you loot a bit and Baral nets you some mana. You're not gonna loot with Baral, if that's what you mean. Lucky. But you don't counter anything, so you're not gonna loot. But yeah, no, you don't use like the important thing is that you want to Hope Tender is just lets you skip the stage and win, right? That's you can strings your Hope Tender and it works like a Lotus field. Just end up say Lotus field. If you have a spell land. You can remove some Sylvan Scrying with the way you're finding those lands, smiley face. Very true. Although I would prefer a stage here instead of scrying for a stage. There's an argument to strings to copy Thespian there. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Because we copy on my turn with the strings, it's less powerful. Didn't playing Palaget give us copy and strings next turn? Or yeah, or do that. Okay, those were better moves. Let's throw an untapped land, so it doesn't matter. But good points. Now we can strings, that's +2 mana. Copy, and I guess we don't do anything afterwards. So let's hope my opponent doesn't kill me. Lamau. Can he get Posejo? Not really. Okay, let's go. Okay, nothing matters. Damn, bros, you have to be careful with this deck because oftentimes you're just playing your cards. Then a Lotus gamer wakes up, comes to your chat and tells you, bro, you missed lethal 5 times. And you're like, shit. That's actually true. So if you copy a turn before, you're saving the mana from Lotus field that was not tapped, so you're kind of saving free mana anyway. Although that's probably not the best way to frame that because it's not always free relevant mana. Stack seems to have a good mirror matchup. Okay. Dispute. Copying under 10 Irresistible Seju, right? Yeah, should have copied immediately. Good point. Znaczy 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They didn't have a dispute. Like pretty clear that they don't have dispute, but technically I guess. Good cowards. Could be a coward and play around it a little bit. Great. Very easy mirror win through the fires and flames. Yo man 5. Yo man 5. Let's enter the prelim in half an hour with Lotus Field Super to practice our Lotus Field abilities. We have Scrying Impulse. Let's keep. Kandeman, how are you? I'm pretty well. Thanks for asking. Botanical Sanctum, Venture
He's a
Deeper.
phenomenal control player.
Okay, it's
Long
the
time.
meme deck. The meme deck actually dies to Bossage, doesn't it? Thank you for an 18-month streak, bro. Very based. Storm Herald milled. How'd the grinding station prelim go? I went 2-2. And I'm proud of my result. I think you just get Lotus Field now. It's like good impulse, but since I already have stage, I think you save impulse for mid combo strings searching. And you want to spend the mana. We're probably gonna play the impulse anyways next turn. Keeping up Boseju means that we don't die to the combo of Storm Herald. Because we can discard Boseju to kill Classification. After my opponent taps their creature. So I could play Thespian stage here and not Lotus Field. Not to die. Otherwise the clock is pretty anemic, so I guess we have the time. Opponent could discard Qualification, play Storm Herald this turn. Yeah, they do. So they get exile, that's pretty nice. Also, my opponent went for it, so I can just play field copy. And then combo off on turn 5. Have you ever realized that Burning Anger guy just actually shoots a flaming face from a hammer? Sick stuff. Do they have Boseja as well? They could, yeah. Let's see. My opponent says this is a MTGO bug. I will not be using this Burning Anger again. Shows my screen still on the field and I only have Qualification Exile. Well, it's not attached. It's exiled. It's kind of weird. It's like hers, right? When you exile the cards underneath the card. It's not attached. It's actually in exile, but it's signified to be exiled by Storm Herald, which it doesn't like. It shouldn't be that because it is not relevant and it doesn't really help. Just creates confusion as we see, but that's what happens here. I should make the chat non-transparent so you can see the model chat over the chat. I can do it now, really. Chat, do you enjoy comboing off with decks? Like Lotus Field? Lotus Field is fine, I think, to combo off. You do stuff, it's not always the same thing. You have to think a little bit, but not too hard. In the narrow spots, you have to think actually hard, because it's a bit tough. Well, chat doesn't look better because I haven't changed anything. Good attempt, opponent. So we're up against a combo deck of sorts. Fading Hope doesn't really interact with them too well. Bossage interacts well, which is base. Needle doesn't do anything. They won't have much hate. Like almost nothing. So I think we don't sideboard. We could have Thought Distortion over Fae, I guess. Over Extinction even, maybe. Like, I could see this being useful sometimes, but not really. I think that makes sense. Distortion. Let's go. Hope Tender. Well, we have stage. Let's keep. We have to find Lotus Field. We have one redraw with Vizier. But we have to Hope Tender. Yeah, has to try out Hope Tender in battle actually. Does Fading Hope not stop the burning anger effect? It does not, no. Storm Herald attaches auras to any creatures you control, and once it's already attached and they tap, it's already gonna deal 20 damage. Even if it was attached to a Satyr Wayfinder or whatnot. So it's not actually very useful. Perfect. It's pretty whitelisted, yeah. It's not so good to copy because it's gonna die. Of course. Okay. No, but we have an untapped Lotus field, that's good. Could this deck play Growth Spirals? There is some versions playing Growth Spiral, it's a bit awkward to play. This can protect me from Boseiju here. Losing to Chicken Beat Down? I don't know, bro. About losing. Next turn you can use Vizier to untap the Tender to play Ultimatum. Or Strings. Oh, that am I. Well, just be patient. I think I figured out this whole newborn thing. 2 hours of sleep, 40 minutes of change and feed the baby, then 20 minutes to eat and shit post in Twitch chat, then repeat. Is that your life? Kinda cringe. Nice knowing, yeah. Nice knowing, yeah, sounds like as if I was supposed to die. That was a nice match, as you have won extremely easily. There's a prelim in 10 minutes, so let's not begin the next match. I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to grab a cup of tea. Did I upload the Lotus field deck? Yes, I did. So we're playing a prelim with it right now. In 9 minutes 20 seconds. See you in a moment. Please use hand hider, Mr. Streamer. I will not, as that would be detrimental for Twitch chat's experience, but I get paired against this guy. Like first round the prelim. I guess it was challenged lately. Well, let's keep. I mean, we just need to find a green mana to find field to copy. I don't know if Kazuga still brags about stream sniping, but when I play against them, I have the expectation of my hand being seen, kind of. Not sure if rightfully so or not, but I have it. Green source good. Basic forest, is that devotion? No elf? Seems like devotion. Okay. Hope tender. What can we do next turn? Next turn, if we play Hope Tender now stage, next turn we go Scrying, get a Lotus Field, play Lotus Field, untap Lotus Field, and stage. Sacrifice 2 random lands. Yeah. Strings on Lotus and this. Copy. Yeah, we can do stuff. Seems like we can do stuff on the next turn pretty easily with Hope Tender. And Karn is not a problem. Actually, like the worrisome card now would be Voracious Hydra, kinda, but they have turn free. Well, we should win next turn, seems like. Hope Tender seems pretty good, yeah. So far, does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, spell like turn one script can be a thing that we need to play through, but we should be okay. I don't think an excited creatures untapping Hope Tender is less mana than tapping field. Why would I not be able to? I think we done that in the previous game. And I don't think there is a reason why the rules would prevent me from that. We have Boseju. I guess. So a little bit of an odd timing. Means we're gonna not combo of this turn. Jump Vizier as in play it. I think playing it is kind of bad. Could play por. Cycle the Vizier, play por. To find Boseju or something. It just seems much better than playing the Vizier. Can Needle Karn. Given my hand, honestly. That they just spent Boseju. I think I might rather prefer it in my graveyard anyways. Needle Karn, and we can just, I can put like power on the battlefield. That's fine. As long as you can't Karn, then your deck doesn't do anything. Already spending Boseju, so unlikely to have the second one. Too. If opponent is even playing the second Boseju. And you can take some setup turns by to get the second field and then play the Fae, return the Fae, discarding 2 lands. You can do that. You can Boseju the Nyctas too. Good hits. Okay, we just drew Boseju. Last Strike Beast certainly awesome. Pretty interactive game for mono green versus Lotus fields so far. Hoping for no second Boseju on my needle though. 7 mana, what's that? 9 mana? Land Storm? Okay, that's fine. Love Strike Beast and what? And Lair, okay. That makes me not die to Lair. Pięć, 6. I cast Piffing Needle, naming your only relevant card. Damn, this game is interactive. You could frame it this way too, but it sounds not charitable. Maybe you can get Eugene, TBH. Need 14 mana for Eugene. Plus preferably Boseju up. So we have 6, 11, 12 mana only. Okay, 13. This gets 5 mana. 6, 6, 5, 11, 12. And Boseju, I can play Boseju, that's what you mean, okay. And it's 14 mana to do the thing, okay. I made a guess stage. Clicked on the wrong one. Oops. Oh, that's the same thing. It's okay. I was just like, yeah, I would rather get Thespian Sages under Lotus Field instead of doing that. And then, well, I didn't. Maybe not even Eugene, but instead Zakama. Okay, I got a Balagad. Oh yeah, I can't get creatures with granted, damn. Sześć, 7, 8. We have 13 mana. And we cost 12 to Eugene, but then there's a lair in play which kills my Eugene. Other lair. So probably just rather Balagad for 4. Which costs me 2 mana, and then I can't Eugene if I don't draw nothing. But I can Extinction Event. Could have 2 more mana though, but then I would have drawn a temple. Dominos falling in the air. Can he kill his draws what he needs? I mean, what are the odds that you miss on Por? Minuscule. No deck list. Try exclamation mark deck instead. Okay, well, don't try anything. I'll fix that. Now try. True Survivor. Cool Pioneer deck. Lies. Got 11 minutes, by the way. I said, do you have access to Mexican food in Poland? Mexican food? What's that? Can cut two grazers with the needles and hope tenders. Possible to run this list without Boseju? Everything is possible. Just gonna suck a bit. I move this? Oh, the Polish so funny. No. Let's check the deck that Da Vinci sent. Pioneer Scam deck. Blitz Automaton, 6 for Artifact Creature Construct. Vaxen Flesh Gorger, Falaji Dragon Engine. You have to like 3-card combo to sacrifice them and return them as the big guys. Sure. Funny. Thing is, mono green, this could be a mulligan. On the draw, let's mulligan, it's on the draw against mono green. It's not cool. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's pretty funny when people try to do that. Like, I make deck from format A in format B, but with the tools only available in that format, and I'm gonna make it weaker because, well, this is weaker. It does not seem like it's kinda. It's a fun way to build decks, but it's not really a way to make good decks because you're just kind of building a deck that you think looks cool rather than a deck that you think is good for a reason. Lotus Field Pioneer is also just weaker Twiddlestorm. Well, not really. It's just more so like you look at the format and you think, okay, like how to win, right? What to do to beat the top decks. Noble Seju, Terrible Seju. Oh snap. I could have done that. That was so good. I did not think about that, yeah. Damn, that was so good. You look at the format and try to build a deck with all the tools there. Now, what I mean is that, you know, it's like that deck that you send is a deck built as like a funny exercise rather than as a deck that's... that seems kind of weak. Actually trying to tackle the format, right? Piffy Needle doesn't seem to do much. Should have done the previous 10. Probably. Not even sure, I guess. It wouldn't have worked out better for me, but... Well, if your hand sacks Piffing Needle won't do much. Well, I have Hope Tender on the battlefield, which makes Piffing Needle much weaker. Oh no, Lost Track B is actually relevant. You're gonna tap with the strings to attack the card, yeah. Just thinking about how to do it the best. Exert Hope Tender. Play Vizier. Well, think killing Karn seems more relevant than play Vizier. Well, just play Vizier, I guess. On tap 2 lands, we go to 1 mana the mana pool, yeah. I don't know if playing Vizier is actually good, but it probably is. Although cycling Vizier might just be better. Pay attention to the cock, okay. Yeah, actually I can't play Vizier. Okay, that's bad. Because I have to attack car and I forgot. Lol. Okay, I clicked that I want to use it, even though I don't. Whatever. Ugh. One, two, three, four, 5, 9. Can we cast ultimatum this turn? Let's see. If we go add black and blue, and we're gonna strings this and this using black and blue. We have blue, black. Yes, well, blue, green. So you untap. Have 1, 2, 3. Wait, can we? Or did we mess up? I think I was supposed to untap with a black mana instead. Because now we have 3 black mana. Which is unfiltered. So we can't do that. I guess you're gonna extinction event. Like an idiot. What land do you want? I think we want Lotus Field. Okay, we have to play a bit fast because I think I wasted a little bit of time in this game unnecessarily. It's because of model lag. What's Mango doing in your town? That's a good question. I have no idea. Probably chilling. Eternal Weekend. Well, not so eternal after all, because it does still only last 2 days. Well, Poor and Omniscience I could whiff, yeah. I got the lead somehow. I also didn't check my graveyard really, but okay, we won. This guy seems like, I guess even the fact that you have literally any creature in the deck that has 2 points of power, so it can attack Karn and disable the second activation, seems kind of relevant. Which is like pretty neat. Did I decline the cipher trigger just to save time? No, I declined it because I just didn't want it. Alright, I'll restart MTGO if you tell me, bros. Because I trust that you tell me that in good faith. Cards are relevant in deck, wow. Well, you could say that in your sassy tone, but even the fact that it has 2 points of power can attack Karn is kinda relevant. Ciphering is generally poor when you have effects like Leer in your deck. Well, I was flashing back, so already, so there was no way it will go to exile, so it's just mono upside at this point. So that's what DQBR meant. How does exert work? Well, exert is a state that the card enters and just says it will not untap in the next untap step. That's the only thing it does. So If you attack with it, it's gonna be exerted. If you untap it 5 times, it's gonna be exerted. If you exert it 5 times, it's still just gonna be exerted and gonna not untap in your next untap step, but it's gonna untap later. How is Zerg playing every prelim? He is playing lots of prelims, yeah. Very active player. Well, probably not every prelim. There's plenty of prelims that fire at midnight Polish time or 4 a.m. Polish time or 9 a.m. Polish time, you know. You don't see me streaming those, so probably Zerg just has a similar times of being active as I do. Okay. Damn, Lotus Pro Rest lost. Is Zerg your evil half? No. He's a guy who likes to shitpost and plays Magic pretty decently on Magic Online. Would you side out Hope Tender in some matchups? Absolutely. Against Red Black, where I would be except that they could skip Storms, then I don't want that. Against Phoenix. Well, I mean, Phoenix is really incentivized to bother the removal anyway, so like that card honestly probably becomes fine post-sport, but I think you open... Co ty robisz, no? Dupę se pogryź. I mean, I do side it out. To give you the opportunity to interact with you well. And in some matchups you also probably just straight up try not to play it, just keep it to discard to pour. She deck 8 days ago as per control. If Hope Tender is not good in the matchup, then it's a medium hand. How do you not play 4 a.m. prelims? And you call yourself a nerd? I'm asleep. It's a personal beat rest. Oh shit. You would have mood. What about now? Why are you playing Sensor? Do I think prelims are negative EV for you? Well, I value the Q piece, so no. Because I want to play in the tournaments. And also I value the experience of playing against people who try a bit harder. Spatus Impulse first. Oh, Siphon Inside. Bro, don't steal my Masterminds acquisition. Run the guy to push into Sensor. I would rather spend mana on the Impulse. To dig towards my Lotus lands. Is Lotus field really good right now? It's pretty good, yeah. Now we can run out the guy. But they're gonna want to scrying on the next turn, so I think let's impulse instead. Okay, Lotus Mastermind acquisition and Fey of Wish is not stolen. Did I try Harvest Lotus in Modern? What's Harvest Lotus? The one Lotus field deck? I have not played with it. Is Siphon Inside a better or worse card than Think Twice Bros? Mono Green is considered a really bad matchup by most pilots, isn't it? It is a bad matchup for a deck, yeah. But that's about the only one. No, my stage. But Piffing Needles and this are pretty good technology for the matchup, because really just Karn and nothing else. They can actually copy my Lotus field, that's crazy. Oh, that's hexproof. They can't, yeah. You're right. I can, they can't. They got a stage with Siphon Inside that they cast and flashbacked. Try that in the mirror, yeah. Mirror would be pretty silly, true. Wait, what? You don't kill a guy? It's +5 mana, nice control deck. Sześć, 7. I mean, I could target the Hope Tender. I can still cast Ultimatum to kill it. They only have one blue for negate, I guess. Alternatively, we play Leer. Then if they counter, we can untap Hope Tender. No, but we probably want to strings first anyways. I guess strings first. How do they steal stage? With Siphon Insight. Obviously.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Tap untap tap untap. Do you concede opponent?
High cycle sensor, okay. Solid. Should have untapped 10 there. I know it's more mana, but I'm scared of people doing stuff to my monsters anyways. So I shouldn't have untapped 10. That was a conscious decision not to. Although it's unreasonable for them not to have a removal spell, but to have a removal spell and let this untap my stuff, but you know. People do stuff sometimes. Do you think Hope Tender might be okay post-board? I want Eugene against a control deck? Not really. I guess we don't have anything to bring anyways. Well, Extinction Event is bad. Whoops. I forgot I have it. Eugene, my favorite playing soccer, yeah. Take leaving creature removal, then it's goo. Yes, should be generally okay for me anyways. It's a meaningful card to cast. Off fields. Can find the discard hand, bro. Yeah, Parun or the Sphinx. The Sphinx was kinda... I didn't get the Sphinx ever. Was something off about it. Can remove Triumph. Okay. Do you know what Boseju does? What can they fetch with a Boseju if I target a Triumph? Would Kratis be any good versus control? Sphinx and Parun would be better. Some of the control decks, the challenge they pose is that they play Narset. Kratis no good versus Narset. So, you know, Parun also weak versus Narset. The Sphinx is fairly unkillable and tons of counter spells for the rest of the game, so it's kinda okay. Sphinx of the Last Word is the name, I believe. Shark Typhoon could be good post boards. Not really. With like the 6 mana discard your opponent's hand, that seems kind of like the thing you want. In 2 hours 10 minutes they will show a bunch of cards in Dominaria Remastered. Damn, that's insane, crazy. Yeah, for Distortion, we're playing for Distortion. What's Dominaria Remastered? Well, that's a great stream for you to find out. Oh no, I waited too long. Give us Doomsday, LED, etc. and Modern. Okay. I don't know, it seems kinda weird to just print the same old cards for the formats. You have the same, like, format again. I think I'm happier when they make new cards, at least, you know, play like a new format and not the old format, but again, the same thing. But to each their own. Maybe that wasn't the best. I mean, this would have get counter too. Can't wait to pair Jeskai on stream and cast Gasharong through Siphon Inside. That's pretty good against Fog Distortion. Oła, kotek, ty jesteś taki, kurwa, łamaga. Niesamowity jesteś. Hey, that's mine. Jaki pan, taki co? I cast rare thing twice. Yeah. It's pretty rare that they cast thing twice, but sometimes they do. Why are they casting that before Distortion? They don't know I got Distortion. They might be looking for a counter spell to counter whatever I found. Well, they can guess that, that's the thing I would search, but if they have no counterspell, then they could cast a port, find a counterspell, and at least live if I found a different card, right? We counter impulse. They had enough. They got me, bros. That's also why they're casting it. Again, note to self, they played no set reversal. Point having it all, they literally only had Nasset reversal. That's their thing. Just walked into their trap card. Should have kept Vizier in hand, true. Should have cast this first with Vizier in hand. Should probably exile my guy. Maybe not. I actually dislike Sabaton. I find it cringe. Nas's reversal. Do you think Elder Gargarov can be okay against them? Probably better than Extinction Event. Power Metal is designed to be a bit cringe. Then they're a really good Power Metal band. Sabaton is like fucking powerful. True. Is there any reason to have both Fey and Masterminds in the deck besides Necromantia effects? Do you insinuate that I should bot it out? Let's go, name a card that I should cut for it. I should cut it for. But yeah, that's the most of the reason is because they have the Stone Brain. I think it's not super relevant. Although I grab game 1 needle against mono green and won round 1 thanks to that. Was nice. Yeah, it's for Necro, it's for Stonebrain. Yeah, it also might happen that your opponent siphon insights your spell. Very common play in this matchup. Good player on dispute, I guess we're playing with Sergio first. Stroke it. Does feel like having dispute would be often better than the draw spell. Oh, it's pretty close here. What do you think is better currently? Is it Phoenix or is it Control? I don't know what's is it Control. Phoenix is a bit awkward into what people play nowadays. Oh, the old Narsa decks? Yeah, I haven't seen anyone play that in a while. I don't know about that deck. I'm afraid of Narsa's reversal, bros. Like a chicken. The obtainers are so wild to me. Well, looks pretty decent here. Like they keep removal because I have 2 Hope Tenders in my deck. Best time chat, got you base, yeah. Based. Well, main deck because there's mono green in the format, right? There is decks that just don't have removal in this format. Well, but mono green is a pretty big deck with which is relevant, right? And then you can just not play it. Mono green mirror. Like against aggro decks, when like the way you lose is speed basically, right? And then against Phoenix Rakdos you cannot play this guy even. Like you can just keep it in your hand, not play it. Another counter. Oh, good. Do the hope then just let you go off with a single Lotus field? It is possible. So Omniscience we don't want. Some jabroni here. So we're gonna go Behold the Beyond. Leer. Por. Should be able to combo with either of those. Yeah, my opponent's in a really precarious position post-board, right? Because yeah, this works like a stage basically. You need once like you can, if you have Lotus and you land, you can. It works like a stage. Any extra interaction? Leer always wins by itself, so could you take Omniscience and Tutor for save Leer again? Say chance they could have removal? I guess they can't. I mean, I always get Leer with this hand, right? Omniscience, I don't know, Omniscience was probably good too, but feels like if my Leer would die, then that would have been not good. Rest in peace, damn. How has Hope Tender been? It's been pretty excellent. Like it a bunch. Seems like it helps with making the deck faster, and it's kind of relevant. I could untap this guy, that's actually better. Lol. The tender. Doesn't matter. Does it strings and help then make more mana when you untap and exert again? Yes. Why make so much extra mana? I don't know, I just felt like doing some extra mana, bro. Why got to question me on that? I just tap my lens, use my effects. You know, just summoning my Elder Gargarov, you know, why summon it? Well, just felt like summoning it. It's fun to click. We won a few minutes ago. It was known. Chad, where is the mouth? Is this the mouth? Or is this the mouth? And these are some like horns curving backwards? Or are those tusks? I think this is the mouth. And we have two sets of tusks. So like here is an eye. What are their arms? Good question. It's a bit like a camel. A little bit. Two Gargarov spit, I wonder. I don't know. They spit or swallow, bros. The grass. Looks pretty overgrown. Those aren't tentacles. I mean, they look like overgrown tusks. I don't know why this creature would have tentacles. It's a beast from the forest. It's actually a young one here. It's a free, okay. So it's literally the child Gargarov. This is Elder Gargarov. Does it have the type Elder? It doesn't have the type Elder, damn. There should be an even smaller one here. Do you like Gargarov more than Ben Slayer? It's green. It's also draws cards, so it can actually help you combo while Ben Slayer can't. Does green matter? It does matter, yeah. You can I cast it without Lotus Field the other game. A little known fact, a Berby Gargarov is actually called a Sephiroth. What? It also doesn't have the type Gargarov. Fact up if true. If you eat leaves off of trees like a giraffe, why you don't need tasks? They get in the way. Why do elephants need their tasks? Do they have a function? Or is it just for showing off? Why do elephants have tasks? Because the females don't really have big tasks and they function. Right? Curious kids, why do elephants have tasks? They are actually teeth. They are elongated incisors. Incisors? Sick. It's for sexual selection, yeah. But like, do animals actually have like sexual selection traits that don't do anything else for them? 'Cause that sounds wasteful. To just have that only one function. I guess maybe that's the point. If it's wasteful, then the animal can afford to spend resources on just things not strictly needed for survival, so it does communicate that it's healthy and strong and etc. Actually makes sense if you think about it. It's to prove they can survive even with a disadvantage, essentially. Yeah, true. Yeah, good point. Well put. Generally speaking, male elephants use their impressive size to intimidate rivals and impress females. Size is so important in attracting mates that adult males have evolved to be twice as large as adult females, reaching a whopping 7 metric tons. This is the weight of 4 family cars with passengers. Damn. I found some elephants are now hiding their tusks in their underbrush when humans come by. They're aware they are being killed for their tasks, which is thinking in ways that we didn't know they did, yeah. Smart behavior. Interestingly, elephants and humans both have hair. In fact, all mammals have hair at some point in their lives, even whales and dolphins. Okay. Playing as Combo Man. Czechoslovakia. Combo Man is playing the combo deck. Oh no! The Combo Man. I thought Hope Tenor was original tag. No, I net decked. The Pioneer Showcase Challenge was won by Lotus Hope Tender decklist. This canister ever innovate? Very well put. Stage, strings, copy, string, 6 mana, page, just... Well, don't like my chances otherwise, so let's go. Damn, drawing pretty well. Just draw 3 hidden strings. Simple. Thank you for the raid, Gabriel. I hope your viewers are going to enjoy this show of powerfulness and display of Lotus Fieldness. Vivon Zulul. Maybe one's fading our hopes in the mirror. Nah, I guess I just want to borrow 2 cards and bring 2 cards, yeah. I like how one of the most powerful decks in Pioneer just boils down to approach the second sun. Well, I don't know if it boils down. It takes a while to boil down. To it, but I guess essentially it does that. You do lots of stuff and the instant casting discard wise. If you watch it, it will never boil. That's a funny reference to how it feels like water boils forever if you watch it and actually pay attention to it. I would argue it boils down to Zakama. I think more often it boils down to non-Zakama approach. And I think Zakama often leads to approach too. This hand is close. If we draw a green source in the first 2 draw steps, then it's probably actually okay. They keep this. I have what? Lotus Field Super. We have 3, 8. I guess this stopped. 11. 14, we account for the tapped ones. Not super. Probably better to move then, because the hand is not super great. If it works out, in spite if it doesn't. This probably move to 5.
He's a phenomenal control player.
To się zahaczyłeś mnie o bluzę, no to nie musisz mnie gryźć znowu. Bez tylko. Debuchi, thank you very much for the subscription. Very based of you to join the canister register. As it is frequently called. Or referred to. What's the name for canister subs? As I just said, canister register, bro. Because it rhymes. We just staged their Lotus fields and we're fine. If I play Vizier now, I draw to field, I have 6 mana, 10 mana, play Leer. Combo man. Not good, bros. Imagine playing colorless lands and Emergent Ultimatum the same deck, by the way. This Tamio was onto something. I'm certain that the fate of Markov Manor is connected to these cryptoliths. Oh, so this is what Tamio noted, and he's like, this Tamio was onto something. He's like, yeah, she was goddamn right. What is Jay's reading? Seems like a picture of Avasin. Do you think he's also thinking, this Avasin was onto something? Hmm. Friend of mine was in Gdańsk a couple of days ago. Said it is a beautiful city. Well, what was he supposed to say? Bro, I've been to Gdańsk, it sucked. The ugliest city ever. It's nice, yeah, it is. It sounds like a true statement. Gdańsk? Well, that's the name of the city. Gdańsk, 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 Gdańsk. Oh no! Not the Hope Tender, no! I retaliate with Hope Tender. Not sure that's the best pick, but it makes things faster. Let's me copy stage and then pour next turn. I think we should have kept Balaget sucking into the field and having it in the art is relevant for dark petition and Lear purposes. That is a good point. Can we not win the next turn? Depends on what my pour over the pages brings. That's the hope. Hope Tender helps with that too. I probably could win, but that sounds unlikely. Could have a dispute or something. You can save the Thespian stage, but we have a Sylvan Scrying. So we have 1 mana. Two mana. Then you can cast Pour. If you let this go. So you have Sylvan Scrying. Can have our own bosseggio. Is it that relevant? I think I'd rather let it go. Good. Kinda. I think I'll pass. I don't know. Maybe you can Otawara the Hope Tender, which gets targeted. Or end of turn, that's also kinda good. I think you have to hope they don't combo off easily here. Couldn't we have scryed for stage and copied? Well, I made my land drop this turn. So if you cheat, you can... But you can set up our opponent back a significant amount by bouncing this end of turn. And then... Well, also depends what they find with their impulse, what they do. Whoops. New MTG art puke. Very well put. This is true art. This lady is sitting in an impossible position. This is just some CGI bullshit, bros. This. Maybe it's a guy. Seems like a lady to me. Seems like a branch. This is true hard too. Also, who chose the coloring of the font? Damn. It does have a certain je ne sais quoi, yeah, to it. Did our hero die? What do you mean? We're playing. I'd like to see Cancer do a whiskey tequila review. I don't like alcohol much. Seems like we're in the same situation with this Otawara. Idź stąd, jak masz się tak turlać. Mold demon. Looks good. Controller must sacrifice 2 swamps or mold demon is buried. Okay, so I have Otawara Boseju. I think we should still Otawara ourselves. Castle of Us. That's a good one, bros. Right? Silhouette. This looks like from a cartoon. I mean, it's like not lying, right? There's a silhouette. Kaya Foglio. It's a nice vibe. Why does Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, whoops, sound like Nier Automata music? If there was a blood one for every color, what would the most OP color be? Red. I did slightly botches last week. I got the rights of Basilog Wall Scroll with Seb's art. What? Oh snap, bros. This is death. Likely. Well, so they don't have any extra mana. They have 1 green extra mana. Means they search for it, so they for sure have more stuff to cast. Which means I'm fucked. What other options they have, I guess? No, they can't search for anything else, right? They're kind of forced to search for that. So I think you put back Power because Even if they don't have any bangers in hand, they still go for string spore omniscience here to make me put back omniscience. Okay, another ultimatum, so nothing matters. So that was the combo man. Who was the combo man in the end? It was not Ganes underscore MTG. This was just extremely cringe and not funny video. Shots on popular custom. Okay. I think the hair he has is pretty impressive. Bro, so anyone in the chat bought a $9,900, $99 booster packs? Anyone got it? I don't know who those people are, bros. Okay, some of them I knew. I sent 30th anniversary kiss to Yu-Gi-Oh streamers. Okay, I've heard about it. Next question. It's just funny because it was like futuristic and, well, I mean, and it says 2025, so it's just like 2 years from now. In the corner, I find it's humorous. this screen actually. The video peaked. What was that? It's at 2044. Alright, the video peaked again after. With the futuristic Tolarian community professor. That's pretty funny. That's the future. Have I ever tried Path to Exile? After MH2 I had never played it, I think so. Well, maybe a few. I think I played in the original a little bit. One copy, but not much. When I used to play Pokemon Go, there was a guy that would do raids wearing sunglasses like that all the time. It was great. Okay. Yeah, those are pretty good sunglasses. Hmm. I think he means the game, not the card. I actually understood that because they said Path of Exile, which is not Path to Exile, the name of the card. The name of the game is actually different. I have never played Path of Exile. The funniest part is that the product sold out, so they were kinda right. Bros, do you know anyone who bought anything? Do you know anyone who bought this anniversary thing? See, nobody knows anyone, so literally no one bought it. So it's sold out, maybe.
He's a phenomenal control player.
No one bought it, Lamau.
The people who bought it don't actually play Magic. Oh, we have plenty of those in the chat. Who never play Magic. Just shitpost. But again, like, just how profile a person that actually buys it. The end state customer that gets it to that wants the product. You can't. I buy regular boosters sometimes. I don't. Good point. Can definitely see Wales and MG Finances guys buying it. Those people don't really come here. Yeah, but again, like, how do you? Why a person buys it over buying old cards? You can't profile a person that buys it. At least I can't. Someone probably can. Because you just have to write exclusive and limited time in front of stuff and people will buy it. Just look at Mythic Editions. Okay. But you can buy the original cards for the same price. I don't even know what's in Mythic Edition, actually. MTG Mythic Edition. Mythic Edition series was an attempt in 2018-19 to sell high-end product and aim it at collectors. Sold as a booster box for a MSRP of $250. 8 of them containing full masterpieces. I don't remember that at all. History of vampires and their eating habits. The weird and wonderful history of Monkey Island. I think that I've seen the Planeswalkers from Mythic Edition, right? They're kinda recognizable. Yeah, this. Okay, I've seen those cards. Mastering Dominaria Remastered. Is it now? December 6th. Wait, is December 6th? Welcome to Dominaria Remastered Preview Week. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of remastered sets. Do you show cards? No. Oh, cards. Urza's Incubator. Choose a creature type. Cost two less to cast. So Urza was breeding soldiers in pods. Vat, rather. So it's basically Yawgmoth. Literally the same, bros. In my dark moments, I think Urza might have been more of a father to his creations than he ever was to his own son. Urza looks skinny in this picture. Who is Urza's son? Harbin. He got a card in Brothers War. Although it's Urza's son, although it's unclear if it's Urza's son or if it's Mishra's son, because... Or rather, Urza suspects that it might have been Mishra's son, because Mishra at one time seduced his wife and had his way with her. Wait, you mean to tell me Urza cheated on his wife with Mishra? Yes. Do you think DD or your Hexanker Vine deck is currently better set up into the meta? I don't know. If I were to play the Eternal Weekend, I would play the Hexanker Vine deck. But I will not have confidence in telling you that it's the best deck to play. Maybe I would play the Initiative deck, the White Initiative deck, but I would need to think about it. Doomsday is very good, but kind of tricky. But yeah, I don't know what's better in the meta. Eternal Weekend is happening this weekend on Modo, right? It is, yeah. But I will be away and I will not be playing in it because I'm going to Warsaw to play in a local tournament, so skipping that unfortunately. Our story begins back in 2014. Magic Online was looking for more content, but they were trying to do so without making new cards. Was there a way to make new content out of existing cards? That's when the idea of a remastered set was first brought up. Take Legends as an example. There was one red common creature in Legends capable of attacking for any amount of damage. One? And the only way to destroy an opponent's non-world enchantment required you to bounce all of your enchantments to your hand. What? When is it exactly? I think it starts at 9 AM European time, but I'm not 100% sure. Been playing mono Doomsday for years. Was thinking about switching because Vine seems strong into most non-Doomsday things. It's pretty strong, yeah. In 1 hour, I think. Yeah, this is in 1 hour, but Eternal Weekend is in more hours. Those are the red common and legends. 3 mana. What is this? Wall of Heat. 2/6. Wall of Earth. They love the wolves. The walls back then. Kobolds. Where's the bull? Doesn't even show the bull. Blazing Effigy. Summon Effigy when placed in the graveyard from play. Effigy does 3 damage to a creature. If an effigy is damaged by another effigy in this manner is placed in the graveyard, deals the amount of damage received from the other effigy in addition to its normal 3. Damn. Yes, I did know about Turbo Kobolds. Ice Age had a different problem where you could open all your boosters and not have enough creatures to fill out your deck. I had numerous Ice Age games where I opened my boosters and said, I don't think I can make a deck capable of dealing 20 damage to my opponent. Yeah, good design. Old Danielakos. Old Danielakos always playing Phoenix. This seems like a keep. The Raging Bull was really snowballing in red. Yeah, 2 damage every 10. That does snowball pretty hard into winning. What you gonna do, old Danielakos, huh, broski? Which brings us to Mark Globus. Mark came in 4th in the first iterate designer search. That led to a job in R&D. Mark would eventually become a producer and then end up overseeing several products, including the development of the first Commander product and co-leading the design development of the first Modern Horizons. Bros. Do I need to be a streamer to use the MTGO scraping functions of MTG bots such as above? Well, MTG bot only works on Twitch, so I probably need a Twitch channel. I don't think you need to stream to it. Godless Shrine, what the hell? No, it's Grisfango. No, bro, put that Parhelion back. Please. Come on! How you always have it? Does it not make sense to always have it? Is unfair. That's true. The only way to put it back is that your cat looks like a statue. It's actually a statue of a cat. It's not a cat. Like Six even kinda sucks. I think I'd rather have Languish in my deck, TBH. Mostly. Main deck. Oh, Path of Peril. No, that's the worst. It's the second or third time you said you want to Languish. Probably because I won't Languish. I mean, we just die anyways. It is legal, yeah. Legal grant. Should I board Piffing Needle and name Parhelion 2? No, because they just kill you with Chariot instead. Well, Don't really just kill me with chariot instead. It takes a while. Like in normal matchups that would be the case, but not in this, I don't think so. I think we'd rather just have Fading Hope though. Sports Extinction event for being bad. Play discard too, like lots of discard. Let's go like 2 Degrazer, I think. Because of discard. Do I own a cowboy hat? I don't. Do you think I should? Get one for Philly. I'll consider that. Ursa is gone, bros. Did I book my Saiyan flight already? Not yet. But I have practically chosen them and I could play Otawara, I guess, to play around when flipping the nuts, but I got a Greasefang with the Grizzly Salvage, but I mailed 3 Can't Stay Ways and they're a Fence Informant. Actually took the Informant over Greasefang, okay. Inner brain that we've got. At least I won't become one of those things. Yeah, true. Middle of a Parhelion now. Greasefang in the graveyard. Need to pay 150 euros for 23 kilogram chicken bag. Yeah, it showed me similar price, kind of insane price. I mean, it makes sense that it's similar, I guess. Nice vehicle, idiot. Well, like, pretty stupid to play vehicles that get bounced and then you can't even crew them. That was the point I wanted to get across. Has a black aligned plane with connections to to various other planes, full of heat and magma. It is home the forces of hell, demons, devils, and boogeymen. It's maybe the same location as the pit underworld, not to be confused with Terrace's underworld and the abyss. Damn. Log is from hell, bros. Also, Lord of the Pit, Vincent. Which this is pretty mundane name for a Lord of the Pit. Oh yeah, I'm Lord of the Pit. My official name is Vincent. Actually, please call me that. Let's do this. Asthma from hell? Oh shit. I missed it. I closed it. Alright, Zakama. Don't take my Balaget recovery. Hey, I told you. Don't take it, bro. Yeah, all Danielakos made the 360-degree swap from Phoenix to Abzan, Greasefank. If you're playing in paper and you're playing Balaget recovery with the land side upwards, which you most likely will do because it is the more common way for it to become relevant. Bro, you have Greasefang? This is insane. It's making a deck look not shit. Oh yeah, we'll casually Fotsis, mill over Parhelia and attack you for 13, why not? I think it's among the a little bit of a harder matchups, at least the nut draw, but the game 2 draw was more of the average Greasefang draw and we won. Is it a nice deck now? I think Greasefang is a little bit of a bad deck, although we got demolished by Danielakos. Did they not take Greasefang with salvage? Let me check. They grabbed Greasefang with salvage. I just didn't see what they took with salvage because I didn't look. Do you console yourself sometimes by looking at other players' results? Well, I do look at other players' results, but like, what do you mean? Do you mean if I look for other players that perform poorly? Or something? Like, so I can look and see, oh, Reyes is 1-2, a Lotus Field gamer. I was checking if my point was 3-1 or if there's some other situation per up, per down after this tournament. But I certainly do that, certainly take a look sometimes. Do you even Schadenfreude, bro? No. That being said, thank you for watching, bros. We breached, we Lotus Fielded, we went 2-2 in 2 prelims, which was incredibly based. I'll be back on Thursday, playing through stuff. We'll see what exactly. But we're not gonna be playing Extinction Event in this deck. Just period. I don't think it's been good against mono green. Gonna be playing Languish instead. Because I think it is a better sweeper for the relevant matchups. I will send you over to Young Dingo and I'll hope you're going to stay hydrated for the next 2 days. See you.